JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Matazone HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, the campus of James Madison University. Welcome to NCAA Women's Basketball, live from the JMU Convocation Center and the second game of the JMU Invitational, featuring the host Dukes and the Ohio University Bobcats from the Mid-America Conference. Today's game is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. A very warm welcome, everyone, into today's broadcast. I'm Kurt Dudley, joined today by Houston Stutz, and Happy New Year, Happy Holidays to you as we continue this holiday season and the Dukes entertaining this holiday tournament. It's been several years since the Dukes have hosted a tournament during this holiday break, and well, the last time you go back to 2009-10, and the Dukes came away with wins over Lafayette and Western Michigan. Incidentally, Western Michigan, the last team from the MAC that the Dukes did face. In today's first game, Norfolk State, the Spartans, defeated the Retrievers of Maryland-Baltimore County 56-43. It is a true tournament format, so the winner of the game before us advances to face Norfolk State in the 2:30 game tomorrow. The loser will play for third place against the loser of the game from earlier today, Maryland-Baltimore County. The Dukes, they're 8-3. They have not played since December 18th, suffering a rare home loss and a rare overtime defeat in an 89-85 decision to Vanderbilt and a nail-biter from start to finish. The loss also was the first in overtime for the Dukes in their last 9 games that needed to go into an extra frame or two. Ohio and JMU, they've never met in women's basketball. They have played in a variety of other sports in the past. And Houston, what can you tell us about these Bobcats, who are 4-5 overall?
Well, you just mentioned it, the Ohio University Bobcats. They entered tonight's game with a 4-5 record under the helm of Bob Bolden for the first time, who was most recently the head coach at Youngstown State University last season. Bolden brings an up-tempo style of play to the Bobcats program, so look to see them to get out and run this afternoon if the opportunity presents itself for Ohio. Bolden also likes to play man-to-man defensively, and I would expect them to at least start the game in this to try and deny Kirby Burkholder some open looks from behind the arc. The Dukes weren't the only team that were left with a bad taste in their mouth over the Christmas holiday. Ohio had a really bad taste, and I expect them to be playing with a chip on their shoulder because they led East Carolina 35-32 at the half, but were outscored 43-12 in the second half to take the loss in their last game before break. 2 Bobcats to look out for today will be Kiana Black, a 5'5" sophomore guard who leads the team with 12.7 points per game off the bench. Another sophomore to watch is 6'1" forward Lexi Baldwin. She's a starter, averaging only 8.2 points per contest, but at ECU she posted her second career double-double with 11 points and 10 boards. She has reached double figures, a team high 5 times this season, and has led the team in scoring the past 2 outings for the Bobcats.
So it's the Bobcats of Ohio University from Athens, Ohio, down in the southeastern corner of the state, actually not very far from Huntington, West Virginia, against the Dukes of James Madison. The Dukes at 8-3, Ohio at 4-5. We'll be back with today's starting lineups and more as you're watching JMU women's basketball this afternoon on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Welcome back to the JMU Convocation Center. A rainy day in the Shenandoah Valley, but it's cozy here in the Convo this afternoon for JMU women's basketball. The Dukes against the Ohio University Bobcats. As the first of the 2-day tournament, the JMU Invitational, Norfolk State the earlier winner, and we'll continue tomorrow at noon as well. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. Here's Houston.
Starting at guard, a 5'10" freshman from Mannington, West Virginia, Mariah Biard. Starting at guard as well, wearing number 5, a 5'9" freshman from Gahanna, Ohio, Kiera Lampkins. Starting at forward and wearing number 10, a 6'1 sophomore from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Lexi Baldwin. Starting at guard, wearing number 14, 5'7 redshirt sophomore from Geneva, Illinois, Kat Yale. And last for the Ohio Bobcats, wearing number 42 and starting at forward, a 6'1 freshman from Reynoldsburg, Ohio, Destiny Cooper.
And again, they're coached by Bob Dolan, who's a graduate of Walsh College, where he finished in 1997, a point guard with NAIA Walsh. Formerly the head coach at Youngstown State from 2010 through 2012, 3 seasons. He took over a program that was 0 for 30 the season before, so he definitely turned that program around. And he hails from Louisville, Ohio, which is just a little northeast of actually Canton, Ohio. Of course, that's the home of the NFL Hall of Fame.
And another thing is they have 4 wins this year, only had 6 altogether last year.
So again, building a program once again. Let's take a look at this program, which is certainly under great direction under Kenny Brooks.
Starting at forward, a 6'2 redshirt senior from Harrisonburg, Virginia, number 30, Nikki Newman. Starting at forward, a 6' junior from Norfolk, Virginia, wearing number 3, Toya Jiggets. Starting at guard, 5'8 sophomore from Tallahassee, Florida, wearing number 12, Precious Hall. Starting at guard, another local from Bridgewater, Virginia, 6' senior wearing number 20, Kirby Burkholder. Starting at guard, a 6'2 redshirt sophomore from Bilton, Virginia, wearing number 24, Jasmine Wathme.
Kenny Brooks, the head coach of the JMU Dukes in his 12th season, 260 wins, 109 losses, a winning percentage just over 70%, a 1992 graduate of James Madison University, and the staff all around him also graduates of JMU. Your officials for today's ball game, Mark Hardcastle, Talisha Green, and Natasha Harris. As we get set for the 12th game of the season for the Dukes of James Madison. Nikki Newman will be making her 97th start today and appearing in her 124th overall game for the Dukes. And another note, Kirby Burkholder, this will be her 57th consecutive start for the Dukes of JMU. Those are the leading streaks, you might say, but of course they are the only 2 seniors on this squad, so it's without a doubt one of the main reasons they're among those streaking Dukes from that standpoint.
Mentioned it earlier, Ohio, if they can get a chance, they like to get out and run. They've scored 94 points once this year, and the last time that a team has scored over 90 against JMU was November 20th, 2008 at Maryland in a 90-76 loss.
Well, the Dukes gave up 89 in that overtime loss to Vanderbilt their last time out, which was an excellent college basketball game. And Mark Hardcastle with the opening toss of the tap in, and it's won by the Dukes of JMU. This is Guathme on the left wing. She's going to wing it around down to Newman. Newman inside the pass. It goes to Toya Jiggets. Jiggets picks up right where she left off, a career-high 25 points in the loss to Vanderbilt. And she puts the Dukes on the board less than 20 seconds into the contest. Going down far, he goes with Yale, trying to pass it down low, and Newman gets a hand on it initially, and Newman able to save the rebound and hands it off to Toya Jiggets. Newman also among the all-time leaders in rebounds. That's 727, that last board as she drives to the paint. Rebound comes out, fought for, still battled for, and it's Kirby Burkholder. Burkholder nearly wants to step back to take the 3. Here's Jiggets again, this time double team. Wheels it out to Guathme. 3-pointer good.
Guathme rattles it in. Not really known as a 3-point shooter, but she's really starting to work on that shot as of late. And she's really stepped up to play well this year for the Dukes.
That is only her 3rd tray in 11 tries this season. And it gives the Dukes a 5-0 advantage. Byard here on the right wing. Lampkins with the basketball. Byard comes out to help out.
Dukes starting with the traditional man-man defense early on, as Coach Brooks typically likes to go with.
Cooper wheels it around right side. Shot clock down to 5 seconds. Driving Yale, and she'll kick it out. It was going to be a shot clock violation. The Dukes will have the basketball.
It's a good defensive stand early for the Dukes. Chance to go up 7 or even 8 here.
Precious Hall will bring it up for the Dukes. The Rookie of the Year last year in the Colonial Athletic Association. and on the preseason all-conference squad here in 2013-14. There's Jiggets out of Norfolk, Virginia. This time she was looking to go inside to Newman. Burkholder steps back, got away with the travel, I think. Now on the baseline, it goes to Newman. Newman guarded there by Byard.
You know, Ohio, they're playing man-to-man defense as well. Jiggets trying to take advantage inside.
Hall trying to combine with Jiggets, but the pass was errant and picked off. Back come the Bobcats. Again, out of Athens, Ohio. Had a chance to visit there a few years ago with the baseball team. Played a series up there. Very nice baseball facility. Not large, but a nice one all in all. That's the only chance I've had to visit Athens, Ohio. Shot clock down again below 5 seconds, and launching the desperation Trey. Rebound comes out to Jiggets. It was off the iron. Burkholder and her pass ricochets off the foot of Gwathmey, then caroms after that off of Byard out of bounds.
Your Coach Brooks, you have to be pleased with the defensive performance so far. The Dukes doing exactly what they want. Slow Ohio down and make them settle for the half-court offense, which we've seen hasn't been too strong early.
There's a three-point try. In and out it comes. And we race down the other way. Yale on the left wing. The three-pointer is good by Lexi Baldwin. One of the culprits the Dukes have to keep a close eye on here. Baldwin averaging 8.2 points, 5 rebounds, and a pretty good three-point shooter. Hits now more than 41%. That's her 10th tray on 23 tries here this season. In and out. Nice job by Byard. Jiggets able to collect the ball for the Dukes. Down to Newman. She makes contact, and she will draw contact with the underneath move. Destiny Cooper was one of the Bobcats there. I'm not sure if she was called for the foul, and she is. That's the first infraction of the game.
And again, Newman trying to make up. That was Baldwin's her defensive assignment. Ohio did a good job. They set a nice double screen. It just did not allow Newman to get him through.
Here's Nikki Newman at the free throw line, and she capitalizes with her first opportunity on the day. Of all the things Nikki Newman does, probably her Achilles heel has been the free throw line. She's shooting at 64%. She goes 1 for 2 that time. The Dukes do get an offensive rebound and another offensive board. 6-3, JMU with the advantage. Burkholder will try to drive. She scoops it up and gets it to tumble home.
The Dukes have everything going their way early on. Kirby Burkholder getting her first points of the day. So the only starter left not to score so far is Precious Hall.
I would call that balance, would you?
That is a lot of balance.
Less than 4 minutes in and 4 players in the books already for the Dukes. Burkholder at the free throw line. Completes the three-point play, as she oftentimes does when she has that opportunity. An 87% free throw shooter, 49 of 57 at the moment.
She's 61st in the country, second in the CAA behind Jasmine Gwathmey, her own teammate.
And Gwathmey among the national leaders. Gwathmey pulls up off the iron. And she nearly became a scorer for the Dukes once again. And the defensive board to Ohio. Bobcats down by half dozen as we approach the 16-minute mark here in this first half of play. Byard comes out high. Burkholder on her, leaves it for Yell. I just noticed that the Bobcats wear the exact same green-style sneakers, or basketball shoes, I should say, as Norfolk State wore in the first game. Cooper tries for the strong power move. Houston.
Again, the defense standing up strong, forcing them to use all 30 seconds off the clock.
Precious Hall losing the handle.
Not Bob Baldwin's type of play at all.
And we have a timeout on the floor. It's our first media timeout as the Dukes with the early lead in this ball game. 15:41 to go in the opening stanza. JMU 9, Ohio 3. You're watching JMU women's basketball on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Port Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
It's an early 9-3 lead for the Dukes of JMU over Ohio. Let's take a look at the standings in the Colonial Athletic Association. No conference games have been played yet in the league. Delaware out in front with the best winning percentage at 8-2. JMU 8-3. Then it's College of Charleston at 7-4. Northeastern 6-5. Then everybody else below 500. Towson is 5-7. Hofstra 4-5. Drexel 4-7. William and Mary picked up a win yesterday as the Tribe beat St. Louis 66-57. So they're now 3-7 are the Tribe. And UNCW 1-2. Yesterday, College of Charleston beat Howard 79-68. Towson defeated Loyola of Maryland 67-46. And Tulane thumped Northeastern 85-49. Elsewhere today in the CAA, College of Charleston is continuing on in the Terrapin Classic. And Florida Atlantic at UNCW. Northeastern continuing in the Tulane Classic. William and Mary playing on in the Cyclone Classic. And, of course, Ohio University here to face the Dukes of JMU. 9-3 the early advantage favoring the Dukes of the basketball. We'll get our first look today at Angela Mickens, the 5'7 sophomore out of nearby Stanton, Virginia, just down the road south of here. Also in there for the Dukes, driving with the basketball is Lady Okafor. Lauren, Lady Okafor.
And I believe the problem with that was she got the ball too far outside for her capabilities. She likes to get it in on the box or right inside the lane where she's very strong. Got some good power moves to the basket.
Imani Jenkins now in the lineup. And a steal now taken back away as we'll now see Hannah Bosinger in there. And we get a charge called against Kiana Black. That'll be her first personal foul.
Good recognition of the drive by Angela Mickens. She just sat in there and maybe fell a little bit early, but the arm was extended. Good job.
Second turnover for the Bobcats as well. Mickens drives, kicks it out left side, baseline open jumper for Toya Jiggett. She has 4 with her second field goal. The Dukes expand the lead to 11-3.
She is leading all scorers early on.
Again, 25 points in her last outing. She plays defense this time, as going up to try to make the shot was Bosinger. JMU with the defensive board. Mickens gets it down in a hurry to Hall, and we get a charge called against the Dukes as Okafor ran over one of the Bobcats stationed underneath. I think that was Jenkins that got plowed over. Byard returns back to the court for the Bobcats.
When Okafor gets going down the floor, she's a big girl. She's not going to stop for anybody.
Okafor just getting back to the comfort level of playing the speed of the game after sitting out all last year after transferring from Providence College. And there's a foul called against JMU.
And they do call that on Okafor, so that's her second very quick within a minute and a half of being into the game.
And this will send Byard to the free throw line. A freshman from Mannington, West Virginia, North Marion High School. A 71% free throw shooter, averages 9.3 points, 2.7 rebounds per game. And she hits the first free throw, and she gives her team its 4th point. Jasmine Gwathmey reports back in for Madison. Crystal Ross will check in for the Dukes of JMU as well. Ross wearing number 21, the forward.
Ross from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, junior. She's also 6'3". So not losing much height inside by taking Okafor out.
A lot of depth on this team in 2013-14, and Ross snares a rebound right away. Mickens leaves the pass back to Burkholder. That was pretty fancy. Gwathmey on the left wing. She'll start to dribble off the Duke dog. Mickens tries to move baseline. Skip pass. Burkholder three-pointer. That's number 210 in her career, and she's on the board with the first tray to give her 6 points.
Good cross-court vision by Angela Mickens there, especially looking across the lane. Good skip pass.
Kirby now with 6 points, needs just 3 more to reach 1,200 in her career. And the Dukes with another defensive rebound. Mickens back and forth to Burkholder. Burkholder has the ball swiped away by Black. Black needs a bit of help, and she waits for Jenkins to come up and do so. Jenkins gives it off to Baldwin. Baldwin with the tray early in the game. He's out on the left wing, and the very lengthy Guathmy, and the shot block leader for the Dukes. That's number 23 on the season. And it comes away to JMU. She's also among the national leaders in blocks, is Guathmy. Ross with a touch pass. Houston.
Guathmy, 44th in the country, first in the CAA.
And we get the foul on Jenkins. Yamani Jenkins picks up her first personal. And that will send Precious Hall to the free throw line. And if Hall can hit here, she does become the 5th starter into the books for the Dukes in the scoring column, and she does so. Hall, a 75% free throw shooter. And Jasmine Weatherspoon reports in, a 6'2" freshman from Columbus, Ohio, out of Northland. And we get no shot. And we have a lane violation on Guathmy. So that'll wipe that one out.
She may have left just a little bit early, or even had a foot on the line. Dukes with a little full court man-to-man pressure.
And the pressure creates a 10-second backcourt violation. One of the newer rules employed in women's basketball. You know, there was one time in the game, you probably know this as a student of sports, there was one time in the women's game where you had a group of girls that played on one side of the court and a group of gals that played on the other side of the court, and you never crossed the midcourt line, except one player could do so, I believe. That goes way back.
About to say, the game's developed a lot since then.
It has developed quite a bit since then. Guathmy drives, kicks it out. Newman three-pointer. And the rebound comes down, pulled in by Black.
It didn't work there, but again, Bolden, his defensive issues, he likes to run that man-to-man and have a lot of help defense, and the Dukes are doing a good job of penetrating and creating those open opportunities because the help defense is having to come across.
Foul's called against Nikki Newman, her first personal foul, team foul number 3. Byard right here in front of us will start it for the Bobcats. She gets it into Yell. Yell with the, she and Nikki Newman, similar fates last year. Newman got hurt early in the season, then was redshirted the rest of the way on the medical. The same for Yelly. She got hurt 3 games in last year and sat the rest of the year. Mickens with a ball rip, finds Ross. Ross lays it in.
Mickens just so quick. She kept the ball, an attempted steal by a Bobcat, and then was able to find Crystal Ross for the easy lay-in.
And Cooper called for steps. And that brings us to our second media timeout. Timeout on the floor here at the Convocation Center. James Madison 17, Ohio's Bobcats a mere 4. Back with more as you're watching JMU Women's Basketball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
17-4, James Madison with the lead over Ohio. 11:43 to go in the first half. Gave you just a few moments ago the standings overall in the CAA. Well, let's give you the overall standings in the MAC as we take a look at it. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? They've got, I don't know if this is updated or not, to be quite honest with you. They've got conference games, 9 conference games. I don't think that's the case. They have not played that many league games right now as we look at it. But let's say, looks like Bowling Green is 10-4. These numbers are not right off the MAC's website. I was going to give you those standings, but they can't be correct.
This is the last non-conference tournament, at least for the Ohio Bobcats. They begin MAC action on the road at Northern Illinois on January 4th, 2 p.m. start there. And then their home opener is against Miami of Ohio on January 9th at 7 p.m.
Actually, Mike Ashworth, the SID for women's basketball, does have the MAC standings in his notes. So we'll go with those when we get a chance here on Stoppage of Play for our MAC fans that are watching today. And that's a charge called against Jasmine Gwathmey. That'll go as a turnover for Madison as well. In the MAC, the prediction in the East, Ohio was predicted to finish in 5th place. Right now, Bowling Green at 9-2, Buffalo 6-4, Akron 5-5, Ohio at 4-5. 3-point try off the heel of the iron, rebound for Newman. Then it's Miami of Ohio 3-7 and Kent State at 3-8. Burkholder, 3-pointer. That's 9 points for Burkholder and 1,200 in her career.
It's almost automatic outside for Kirby Burkholder. When she's got it going, it's going. And usually for her, she makes the first one, or at least one of the first 3. She's going to be on for the rest of the night. Gwathmey's going to pick up her second very quickly on a touch foul outside.
That hand check out front, you're right. That is her second. As Jenkins comes back in. In the West for the MAC, Eastern Michigan 9-1, Toledo 5-5. Northern Illinois 4-5, Central Michigan 4-6, Ball State 4-6, and Western Michigan is 3-7. Now, interesting, Eastern Michigan is where one of our officials got her undergraduate degree, Natasha Harris, who's working on the baseline right now. She's actually the intramural director for the Kentucky Wildcats at the University of Kentucky. Newman with the 3-point try. It's going to hit the shot clock, and that'll be a dead ball. Rebound for the Bobcats.
Newman trying to join the party behind the arc. She's got 1 point so far, though. Came on a foul shot.
Again, the winner will play at 2:30 tomorrow against Norfolk State. Spartans in the house. They're actually on the baseline to our left, sitting up above the rim. Okafor blocks that shot out of bounds.
Great defense by Okafor. She's out there playing with 2 fouls. Is able to keep her hands up and not commit the foul.
Lexi Baldwin reports back in.
There you see the Norfolk State Trojans.
Spartans. Close. The Trojans are across the street, Booker T. Washington Trojans. Actually, they go by the Bookers, but technically they're the Trojans. Their campuses catty-corner to one another. In fact, I don't know if it's still the same, but when I was in high school at Booker T. Washington, there was a McDonald's across the street, and half of it was in the Booker T. Washington colors and the other half in these Norfolk State colors. There's Lauren Okafor. She joins the scoring column, 22-4.
Good strong move inside against the double team. Duke sticking with the man-to-man that's worked pretty well so far, only 4 points for the Bobcats.
Newman with yet another board as she rips that one down. And here goes Mickens, powers it to the glass, will not get the bucket to fall, but she will get a chance to go to the free throw line. Precious Hall wants to check back in for the Dukes. Foul was called against Yell. That's her first, and the 5th against the Bobcats this afternoon. And Black wants to check back in as well after the first shot by Mickens. Mickens averaging nearly 5 points a game. And she shoots at 58% from the free throw line. Black will come back in, so it looks like Hall's going to come in for Mickens. So Mickens is going to play a few more minutes. She's going to miss this one. I don't think that's her intent, though. Well, she'll get a chance to play a little more.
Mickens, she doesn't start, but she's like Black. She's kind of a leader. Very good point guard for the Dukes. Not a bad option off the bench, and she gets a lot of minutes as a reserve.
Cooper will drive. Again, a block by Okafor. Okafor gets another hand on it. This time she taps it out, and Mickens comes away with it. Angela Mupp on the move, and her pass intended for Okafor. It goes behind her and easily picked off by Byard. Here comes Mariah. Bounces it out. Jenkins around the perimeter. A 3-point threat is Baldwin. She fakes at it. Now hands the ball off to Black. Black in the keyhole. She loses her footing. Jenkins will drive, tries to go against Mickens. Newman had her arms up, and the ball was thrown right in there. Newman trying to play Gumby on the defense.
And that's why you teach your kids to play with your hands up, because you make this passing lane stuff. Even if your eyes aren't there, you can still make a great defensive play.
Burkholder with the backside, weak side rebound. Burkholder came into the game with 714 rebounds. So between the former TA Knights, Burkholder and Newman, both from local Turner Ashby High School, more than 1,400 rebounds between the two of them as JMU Dukes. And a foul on the floor called beforehand. That foul called on number 12, Imani Jenkins, her second personal, team foul number 6, and that stops the clock, allows Hall to get in. Okafor will check out. Ross will come back in for the Dukes.
And that'll allow Mickens to sit down from Robert E. Lee, who's in the Valley District and gets to play Turner Ashby. So you got Jiggets and Ross down low now. Ball mishandled by Madison, coming away with the Bobcats. Black. Burkholder there to defend. One thing I've noticed about the Ohio offense, they're not trying to take it inside to the skyscrapers, per se, that the Dukes have down low.
Traveling violation called against the visitors from Ohio. 22-4, JMU with the lead. 7:55 to go at this in this first half of play. Back with more on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Hello, JMU Sports Nation. This is your new football coach, Everett Withers. You're watching Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
There you have it, the new coach of the JMU football program, the 6th in the history of the program. Everett Withers, still coaching at Ohio State as he and the Buckeyes getting ready for the Orange Bowl against Clemson. That'll be Friday night. And Coach Withers will have the interview with Coach Withers here at halftime with yours truly, as he was signed a week ago Friday. Trying to put his staff together, touch base with the recruits the Dukes already have on the list, as well as get in touch with all the current Dukes. That's a lot of doing in a short period of time.
Very busy man, and doing all that while he's still trying to coach safeties and defense and such at Ohio State. I guess they say the coach's life, you never sleep, always on the go doing something.
I must say it has given me a new interest in watching the Orange Bowl this year.
It has. I think I'm actually going to pull for Ohio State now.
Although Taj Boyd at Clemson will give them fits at times, and particularly that secondary. So it'll be tested a bit. But right now we're dealing with women's basketball. The Dukes dealing right now with the Bobcats, 22-4. As we approach 7.5 to go in this first half of play. Again, we'll have an interview with Coach Withers at halftime, one that I recorded during the day that he was signed by JMU. Battle for the ball, and it comes out an easy pickup for Lexi Baldwin. Out of Mississippi, driving Black, shoots over Burkholder, too strong. Weak side rebound, it's Precious Hall.
One of the very few opportunities we've seen of the Bobcats to penetrate and drive to the hole.
Burkholder tries to drive. She does draw some contact, but all within the legal means of things. Ohio gets the ball back. Here's Baldwin. Byer, deep three, off the iron. Can't get the second ball to roll around, and we get a rebound pulled down by Delicia Griffin, who checked in, a freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia, by way of Western Branch. Foul was called against Precious Hall on the rebound, her first, and that keeps the ball at this end of the court. Well, that was a misfire that went fortunate for Ohio. Yell had her back turned, and Black was fortunately in the path of the pass to come away with it. Driving Some contact, rebound, back up and in. Baldwin scores it. Good second effort by Lexi Baldwin.
And Baldwin's a player that Ohio really needs to get on the board. That'll be her 5th point of the night. Only other point came from Mariah Biard. So again, like I mentioned, Baldwin, she's really starting to take charge these last couple games for the Bobcats.
And she can't complete the three-point play. 22-6, Madison with the advantage. Gwathmey. Top of the circle, it's Ross. Jasmine. Well, what's Jasmine going to do with it? She's going to go ahead and dribble now. Gives it up the Hall. Jumper at the elbow is strong off the iron. Gets a rebound back, goes up, has it blocked. Bobcats come out with it. Yell spins and a charge as Angela Mickens. That's a statistic that I think the Dukes are going to have to start keeping with Angela Mickens. How many charges she takes. She took a boatload in one of the earlier games this season.
That's her 2nd tonight.
I think she had 4 or 5 in one game on the road recently. Might have been at Pitt. A good win for the Dukes.
She does a really good job of absorbing the contact, making it look very believable as well.
And Ross, a little hop with the basketball. That's a no-no. It'll be a turnover for the Dukes.
It's one of the biggest problems we have with the high school girls that I help with. They just want to shuffle their feet before they put the ball on the ground because they're too worried about making jab steps, and it costs you a little bit.
Yell will drive. Gwathmey swats at it. Goes out to Byard. She'll drive. Gets tripped up. Ball knocked out of bounds. It was touched last by Gwathmey.
Gwathmey also trying to block the shot as well.
You're mentioning her national ranking in block. She also ranks 16th in the country in free throw shooting at nearly 91%. Byard on the three-point setup on the play. Nicely done. Byard drains the tray. Byard has 4 points. That is her 20th three-pointer of the season. She shoots just around 32% from behind the arc. Floater by Hall, a little strong. Rebound, Gwathmey, she goes up strong. Not strong enough, however. Rebound wrestled away. Tough rebound for Lexi Baldwin. Baldwin will launch from the right side, off the iron. Rebound easily for Gwathmey on the weak side. Jasmine on the move. Leaves it for Hall. Three-pointer for Precious. He is off the mark for the Floridian. Back come the Bobcats, wanting to run now. Cooper will try a three-pointer. Got a lot of air under it.
Their entire offense, even their transitional offense, is just operating outside the arc. And of course, that's going to be a tougher shot to hit.
Mickens bumped by Lampkins. Lampkins with her first personal foul.
I'm sure Baldwin will go into the locker room and say, guys, you can't operate the offense behind the arc. You have to try and drive into the creases of the defense at some point.
Mickens goes back to the free throw line. Angela looking to get on the board. 0 for 2 at the stripe already. And make that 0 for 3. That was a 1-and-1 situation. Well, she's left 3 points and potentially 4 off the board. And a blocking foul called against the Bobcats.
Against the Dukes.
Oh, excuse me, against the Dukes, you're right. It was Mickens.
Trying to take another charge. She may have got there just a little too far underneath the basket maybe. Not necessarily in the circle, but she stepped into it after Yard had already left the ground.
Free throw off the mark by Bosinger, who's a 54% free throw shooter. 5 points, 3.6 rebounds per game.
Yes, excuse me, I said Bjorn Bosinger, who's attacking the hole.
And she goes 1 for 2. Puts her in the scoring column. 22-10. So with 4:24 to go, Ohio breaks into double figures on the scoreboard.
The Duke's starting to get a little bit sloppy. Precious Hall cannot hang on to the good backdoor pass.
Drive all the way to the rim, score it for Lampkins. That's her first field goal.
The Bobcats, they're starting to slowly creep into this game. Only down 10 now as we hit the 4-minute mark.
Bobcats on a run here. That's 8 in a row now. That's a 2-pointer for Hall. It's off the iron. Dukes have gone cold offensively during the stretch, missing shots or turning the ball over. Basketball certainly a game of runs. Right now, Bobcats creating their first run of the evening. Byard bounces it down low, kicking the ball out. Good ball movement and steps. Again, shuffling her feet, Lampkins. Timeout on the floor. It's our final media timeout of the first half of play. JMU 22, Ohio 12. Back with more after this timeout. You're watching JMU Women's Basketball on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
Once again, stick around for halftime as we'll have our interview with Coach Withers, the new football coach of the Dukes of JMU. Also invite you to email us during halftime, as you can do so to Madizone, MADIZONE at jmu.edu. That's MADIZONE at jmu.edu. Would enjoy hearing from not only JMU fans, but fans of the Bobcats, wherever you may be watching across the country. It's one of the new banners here. I haven't seen that yet.
I believe that was brought in by a fan. These ain't your typical Valley girls is what it says underneath, but Newman and Burkholder, and then of course the rest of the team on top.
Yeah, I know that's not JMU produced because it says Lady Dukes.
Yeah.
And from the athletic department, we call them Dukes no matter if they're men or women. But a lot of the fans refer to them, and it's understandable that you do so.
The women's basketball Dukes.
The women's basketball Dukes, the men's basketball Dukes. But the fans easily refer to them as the Lady Dukes. Jiggets down and low. It goes now to Okafor. Strong power move. Can't get it to fall. Burkholder wrestles the ball away. She tosses it up off the back of the iron. Okafor with the offensive board. And we get a jump ball is the call, as Natasha Harris calls it that way.
Good rebounding efforts by the Dukes. Jiggets said after the last game in that loss against Vanderbilt why she played so good. She says, I want to refuse to lose. Looks like she and the rest of the Dukes refused to give up that rebound there.
Bosinger with the rebound, however, and that is her second. Coming off the bench to do so. The ball taken away down below. Newman with 4 rebounds. I was looking at her numbers. That gives her 430. She is currently 10th on the all-time rebounding list. Meredith Alexis, the record holder, with 13-13.
Good runner off the glass by Burkholder. Again, she's using that nice soft touch.
Burkholder's in double figures. And that gives her 11 points. Skip pass coming our way. Lampkins will drive, scores it. She squeezes between Newman and Okafor. Lampkins with 4.
Newman back out on the floor for the Dukes. She took over for Precious Hall, who's actually waiting to come back in. Jiggett's able to squeeze one in off the glass.
And Jiggett's got the ball rolling for the Dukes. She's got 6 after that layup. Dukes had gone 0 for 8 on shots and had 4 turnovers during that stretch of a little over 3.5 minutes when Ohio went on an 8-0 run.
Precious Hall, who's normally a good shooter, went a little bit cold. She couldn't get anything to fall. It's a lid on the basket down on that end.
Newman collects her 2nd personal foul for the Dukes. Precious Hall will come in. Okafor will sit down. Let's see, Baldwin will report back in, and Destiny Cooper. Cooper out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio, 6'1" freshman. A lot of youngsters on this Ohio team under Coach Dolan. Fired one of those youngsters. And the Dukes utilize a 30-second timeout with 1:15 to go.
They have a lot of youngsters, but Bolton said earlier that the players that are here really want to be here. He said, I came in and the girls that didn't want to be transferred, but of course the freshmen want to be here and the sophomores that want to be here are here. They got a young team, so give them a couple of years and it should be a very good program. And Ohio, they have a lot of product to produce and trying to sell to recruits. And Bolton mentioned multiple times that it's a great place to play at, and he's going to do what he can do and try not to lose a lot of that Ohio talent, because there's a lot of basketball talent in the state of Ohio. And that's going to be his philosophy of recruiting, keep those girls in state.
Well, JMU fans certainly know there's a lot of basketball talent in Ohio, particularly on the men's side, because last year's team was, well, for the first 5 years of Matt Brady being the head coach here, it certainly had that Ohio flair to it.
Could have been an Ohio or even Columbus all-star team.
That's right. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Devon Moore show up for tomorrow night's game between the Dukes and Ball State, which will wrap up a triple header here tomorrow. 3-point try by Baldwin, and a push out of bounds called against Cooper. That'll be her 2nd, as Burkholder was coming up with a rebound. Burkholder will go the other way, and she'll get a chance to shoot a 1-and-1. That is team foul number 9. Yeah, tomorrow we start with the noon game, which will be UMBC and the loser of this ball game. Then it'll be the championship game, the winner of this game against Norfolk State. That's at 2:30. Burkholder hits the free throw. She's got 12. And then tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the men will play their 2nd home game of the season. I'm surprised they found their way back home. And another bucket, good by Burkholder, who's got a baker's dozen.
It's been a while since the men played their last game, November 19th against Detroit.
And one that the Dukes felt like they let get away. Detroit out of the Horizon League. Dukes played a number of teams from the Horizon League in the non-conference schedule.
Valparaiso, Milwaukee, Detroit, just to name a few.
And that foul whistled against Toya Jiggett's her first personal. Both teams with 9 team fouls. As Lampkins, a 67% free throw shooter, hits the front end of the 2. This was a 2-shot foul for Lampkins. Black and Bosinger back on the court for the green and black and white. And Newman with a floorboard.
Shot clock is turned off. 20 seconds remaining.
And that's what Mickens is calling. All right. Drops everybody down to the baseline except for the high post of Jiggett's. They're just going to wait out the clock here. Mickens will start, takes the screen. Could not see over the 2. Mickens was going to try to dump it off to Jiggett's. That ends up a turnover. Ohio will have a chance for the last points of the half. And no basket, no shots. I think even if had it made it in, I don't think it was going to count.
It was not in time.
So we're at halftime. JMU had a good first 10 minutes offensively, taking the 22-4 lead. But then kind of went a little cold there. Went on that stretch of 0 for 8, 4 turnovers. While the Bobcats came back, scored 8 straight points to make it a 22-12 game. But Dukes pushed that lead back out to 13 here at intermission. 28-15 is our halftime score. Well, coming up, we'll have our interview with Duke's new football coach, Everett Withers. We'll take a look at our first half statistics and get you set for the second half. Maybe answer some emails as well. Again, you can email us here at halftime at madizone@jmu.edu. That's Madizone, MADIZONE, @jmu.edu. A fan of the Bobcats or fan of the Dukes would enjoy hearing from folks here this afternoon. Stand by for our halftime, brought to you by University Outpost, and we'll be back with our halftime program right after this timeout. You're watching JMU women's basketball this afternoon on Madizone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
28-15, our halftime score, as the JMU Dukes with the advantage over the Bobcats of Ohio. Winner of this game will play again tomorrow at 2:30 against Norfolk State, an earlier winner today against Maryland, Baltimore County. Well, Mac, on December the 20th, James Madison University announced the hiring of Everett Withers as the 6th head football coach here at James Madison University. He takes over for Mickey Matthews, and Coach Matthews, the head coach here, won over 100 games in his 15 years at the helm. For Withers, actually his first head coaching win came against the Dukes when he was the interim coach at North Carolina. Currently is the co-defensive coordinator and secondary coach for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And so he'll be joining the program after the Orange Bowl. But I had a chance to chat with the Dukes' new head coach and, well, asked him a couple of questions off the bat. Why JMU and why Coach Withers? Here's that interview.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Madizone HD Sportsnet. I'm Kurt Dudley, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to today's interview with the newest head coach of the Dukes of James Madison football program, Everett Withers. And Coach Withers, first of all, what was it that attracted you to the program at James Madison University, and what on your resume do you think attracted the administration here to offer you this position?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here at JMU, and you know, I played against James Madison in a couple of situations as a player at Appalachian State, and also as a coach in 2011 as the interim coach at North Carolina. It just this program has been one of the up-and-coming programs for a long time. Anytime you have a program that wins a national championship, has a long-standing reputation throughout FCS football, that you know, you got to be excited about it. And when the job came open, it really interests me, and I wanted to go after it really hard.
It is an introduction. So
Right.
what do you want the fans of James Madison University to know about Everett Withers?
Well, I want you to know that I'm going to be a hardworking, really a dynamic. I want to get out in the community, out in the public. I want our coaches to work extremely hard with our student athletes to represent this university well, and I think that's important. I want to put a brand of football on the field. It's exciting. Want to sling it around, throw it around a little bit on offense, be aggressive on defense and attacking, and make Saturdays here in the stadium fun.
When you came to visit the campus, obviously you knew a little bit about JMU, as you already mentioned, but when you came for your visit and talked to the administration, was there anything that really jumped out at you and said, wow, this is a great place to win some football games?
Well, you walk around campus and you see how beautiful the campus is. You know about the academic reputation before you go in, but you look and see how beautiful the campus is. You also go and you look at the athletic facilities and the growth on campus. And anytime there's growth on a college campus, you know things are going well. And if that's any indication, this place has really got a lot of great things in its future. I walk through the football facility and see it, and it's first class, and it's a big attraction to anybody.
You played at the FCS level, of course, at App State. Then we called it Division I
Sure.
AA, and
Right.
some people still do. But you had a chance to coach at that level. You've had a chance to coach in the NFL,
Right.
and now a chance to coach at the highest level of the BCS. In coaching at all those levels, how has that helped to develop your coaching style?
Well, you learn from a lot of different people that you work with. I've had the opportunity to work for some very established coaches, very fine coaches that know how to build programs. And at all of those levels, the one thing that was common with each coach was how they handled people and how they were around kids. And that's what I pride myself on, is being a coach that can deal with today's youth, today's 18 to 22-year-old, the PlayStation and the Xbox age kid. So I pride myself on having the ability to relate and to push and to mentor those kids.
That's interesting what you're saying right there about the contemporary college athlete, the contemporary fan, which likes to see a lot of offense.
Right.
But there is that old adage that defense wins ball games. So
Right.
how do you blend that, Coach?
Well, I think it's a great challenge, especially at the college football level. We have to be able to be explosive and exciting on offense, and in turn be aggressive and physical and be able to stop people on defense. And that's going to be what we work on the most. I'm excited about what I see returning to this football program with some of the experience. And I think we can score points, and I think we'll need to score points. And I think we'll need to be aggressive in attacking on defense. And it'll be fun putting in a plan for each side of the ball and also special teams. And that's the challenge, and that'll be the fun part of it.
We talked about being around campus, but you've also had a little bit of a chance to get around the city of Harrisonburg. Right. We mentioned you played in Boone, North Carolina. Right. As you've come around Harrisonburg, any kind of thoughts drifting back to your days there in Boone? Because in some regards, the cities are about the same size.
Yeah, very familiar with the area. Familiar with, obviously, the closeness in what things look like around here with Boone and Harrisonburg. They look very similar when you walk through town and see the people. Very close-knit community, and very much like Boone. And I kind of got that warm feeling when I came back. I had a chance to go back to Boone a couple months ago for homecoming, and when I got here the other day, it felt very similar.
All right, Coach, on a daily basis, what is it that motivates you?
Just being around to see young men and people get better every day. I think it's important that the growth of a young man from the time he comes here to the time he leaves has to be consistent. I believe there are kids out there that want to have discipline and structure in their life, and we as adults have to be able to do that. And there's not a better avenue than college athletics, and football is the ultimate team sport, and to be able to do it in football is fantastic.
It is important, obviously, to win games. It's also very fun to win games, but as what you're just saying there, is that the most appealing thing of being in this profession as a college football coach or a coach in general?
Well, yeah, obviously winning games is important, and you don't get the opportunity to stay in jobs long if you don't win games. But what you do is you get to have a very large impact on a young man's life. I talk about it all the time. College football, the relationship that you have with a college football player, with a guy that you coach, can be special, can be lifelong, and developing those relationships between player, coach, player, parent of a player, coach, all those things are special. And to be able to do those things at the college level are big time for me and what I enjoy the most.
Obviously, the football program is a very high-profile program here, but it is one of 18 sports. And do you get that feel with James Madison, the overall athletic program, how important it is here to the university?
There's no question. With 18 sports and 18 sports playing at a high level with great coaches, it's important for us to integrate ourselves within that community, that that JMU sports athletic community and do our part to represent this university well. So we're excited about that opportunity, that challenge to put ourselves in position where we can hold up our end of the bargain in the JMU athletic program.
Now here we are in December, just before the holidays, right in the midst of the holidays, of course. A lot of priorities. You still have a bowl game to coach in with Ohio State, but what are your top priorities right now, looking at the JMU program in particular?
Well, my top priority is really putting together staff that can come in here and represent the players and help mentor and coach these players. And along with that, I want to get to know as many of the players as I can, probably through phone here in the next couple of days. But I also want to get going with the recruiting as much as possible, get to know the recruits that are out there that have pledged to come to JMU, the ones that are thinking about it. So those things are important to us, the staff, the current players, and then recruiting.
Well, Coach, once again, congratulations on the position. Welcome to James Madison University. We look forward to working with you, and thank you for spending just a little bit of your time, as you've got plenty of things certainly on your plate here, to get to know the new head coach, the sixth head coach in the JMU athletic football program's history, and that is Everett Withers. For Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, I'm Kurt Dudley.
There you have it. Good insight with Coach Withers, and I'm sure we'll get a lot more insight. Should make spring ball pretty interesting. Hope to hang around a few practices during spring ball and see just how he's going to employ things. As we say, a number of people wrote me and thought it was kind of interesting that the Dukes went with a defensive coach. Because obviously offense puts fannies in the seat, so to speak. But as I mentioned there, in that interview, you got to be able to have an exciting offense, but defense still wins championships, and he'll try to find a good balance between the two. But I know you're excited to see him come here to JMU.
I'm definitely excited to see what he can do, but last year a big problem for JMU was the defensive backs, the safeties, and corners. They were very young. So he's a safeties coach at Ohio State University, so I think he can bring a lot of knowledge to these guys and really help them progress, because he's going to have them for a couple more years and really work with them. And I think it's going to be a big advantage, and we could see some big changes. And I like to see what he can do with Dean Marlowe in the next year, especially if you get him the right knowledge and the right brains back there telling him what to do. The roof is going to be sky high.
Yep, and that is one of the raps on him, though, is that Ohio State's weakness, right, has been a similar situation. Quite honestly, I have not explored why that is the case. Did they have injuries, what the circumstance is? But there's so many good things that come with his resume that to pick out that one little thing there is maybe overdoing things just a bit, in my opinion. A couple of minutes away before we begin the second half here. Houston, take a look at some of our numbers here in this first half. We also got a few emails to talk about here, but just take a look at our bigger numbers. And one jumps out at me, 5 for 30 from the field, shooting-wise for Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio 16.7% from the field. Behind the arc, 2 of 11, 18%, and at the foul line, 3 of 8. While the Dukes are shooting 10 of 29 from the field for 34.5%. Behind the arc, they're 3 of 8 for 37.5%, and at the foul line, they're 5 of 9 for 55.6%. In the paint, the Dukes have the advantage, 10-6. Points off turnovers, though, Ohio is ahead 6-4. Second chance, the Dukes hold the advantage 7-2. And fast break, Ohio's not been able to get out in transition, but they have at least one basket in transition, and they lead that 2-0. And the bench for JMU 4-1, so not much coming up off the bench. Offensively leading the way, Kirby Burkholder, 13 points. She has 2 assists and 7 total rebounds. And then for the Bobcats, Alexi Baldwin, I mentioned her in the pregame. She's leading with 5 points and 6 rebounds, while Kiara Lampkins has 5 and 3 rebounds as well in 13 minutes of action. Rebounding, JMU has the advantage 30-20, 22-13 on the defensive glass, and only 8-7 on the offensive glass.
It all adds up to a 28-15 lead for the Dukes of James Madison. And your halftime presented to you by University Outpost. Did get a few emails. One came from Boston, Lauren and Rachel. I want to say go Dukes and hi to Andrew and Brett in the pep band. You know Andrew and Brett?
I don't know. It's very common names.
That's very true. Did not provide last names. They do say Lidl with a smiley face. I have no idea what that reference is. You don't know what that reference is, do you?
No idea.
So as we do show you some of the highlights there as well. Hello to Ed Keynes in Connecticut, always a big fan of Matazone. Hope we had a great Christmas. Indeed we did. We hope that you and yours in Connecticut had a great Christmas as well, Ed. And a good broadcast from the Berg. And then we have the great storytellers who also wrote us today. As I understand, it is a holiday tradition in the Houston Stutz household, the Stutz household, that Terry sits her baby boys down, 21-year-old Houston and 17-year-old Landon, is it?
Yep.
Yes. They sit them down every Christmas Eve and read The Night Before Christmas to you. It was an adorable photo on Facebook. I really enjoyed it. Where was Dad during all this?
Oh, he always sits across and takes pictures.
I see. Okay.
He never wants to get in the pictures, though.
Anyway, she sends me a note here. Shout out to the girls basketball team at Spotswood High School. Hope you win the tournament tomorrow. Go Coach Stutz, Mom, Dad, and Landon. So we will, it's not the night before Christmas, but it is a few days before New Year's as we continue with our JMU Basketball Invitational. As we get underway here in the second half. And the first shot off the mark for the Bobcats here in the second half. That one taken by Lampkins. So thanks for those that wrote us here. You can still shoot us an email here during the second half. We might have a chance to work it in during our production here on Matazone HD Sportsnet. We get a whistle and a stoppage of play and a foul.
So it likes to be on Lexi Baldwin. That's her second personal.
Precious Hall with the inbounds. Comes all the way out real high to Burkholder. Back to Hall. And an errant pass. Hall couldn't collect it. She bounced it on the sideline.
Just a little bit of lack of focus there by Burkholder on the pass.
13-point JMU advantage. This game, nothing like the last one fans saw here at the Convocation Center. Vanderbilt winning that one in overtime, 89-85. As Ohio now 0 for 2 to start this second half. Burkholder with the running tray. That's off the mark for Kirby. Back comes Yell. Yell circles back out. Finds Baldwin. Lampkins back out to Yell.
That's one thing Ohio didn't do on that transition. They did not find Kirby. You have to do so, especially in transition. They like to do that little flip that we saw from Precious. Just tough luck for Burkholder. It did not go in.
Ohio's last win was against Notre Dame College on December the 14th. That was the game prior to going down to Greenville to take on the Pirates. They won that one 72-55. Inside it goes, Jiggets.
She got the pump fake, but did not do enough to draw the contact with the Bobcat defender.
And Baldwin stood her ground. Flipped up and in. Bucket good by Lampkin. She's got 7. And it's a 28-17 advantage.
And these Bobcats only trail 11. They've been tested a lot early in the year. They played number 3, Louisville. They lost that one 90-33, but lost by 24 in Puerto Rico to number 8, Maryland, 84-60.
And that was in a short span of games, too. They played a couple of highly ranked programs. As Bobcats will get the ball back. They'll get a chance to slice into this lead a little more with 18:04 to play in the second half.
You got to think those tests, both which Louisville came at Louisville, and then Maryland came on a neutral floor. So those tests have to be helping the Bobcats here in the Convo, which a lot to say is a very tough environment for women's basketball.
Those two programs, incidentally, are currently ranked 7 and 8 on the AP Top 25. Louisville at number 7 at 12-1. Maryland at number 8 at 10-1.
And Louisville was a Final Four participant last year, national championship game participant as well.
Louisville was involved in a lot of national things last year.
Yes,
the College World Series.
The men's championship.
Yep. And Hall at the free throw line. Excuse me, make that Yell at the free throw line after the Hall foul. And 1 for 2 for Yell. Puts her on the board.
So down to 10 now.
From Geneva High School. And a foul away from the basketball. That's going to be on Hannah Bosinger. Her first, team foul number 2 here in this second period. JMU will be taking on a top 10 team in its next outing tomorrow, but next road game, I should say. That'll be Thursday at North Carolina. The Tar Heels currently number 10 with a record of 11-2.
It's going to be a good matchup in Carmichael Auditorium. Wish I'd be able to make the trip down there for that.
That's an afternoon game, too, a 2 o'clock game.
It's going to be a good, tough test for the Dukes. But one advantage for the Dukes, as Precious Hall will make that free throw, is that the Tar Heels are currently without Sylvia Hatchell because of leukemia. She's been in the hospital at UNC for quite a while. She's been able to go to the games, at least a few of them, and sit high in the stands, but again, can't be around a bunch of people, and she still participates in film study and practice and stuff like that.
As second shot also through for Precious Hall. She has 3. That foul, incidentally, was on Cooper, which was her 3rd. The Dukes putting some pressure on, and a foul called against one of the Dukes. It'll be on number 20, Kirby Burkholder, with a push.
That will be her first, but by the moans in the stands, it sounds like it's her 4th.
Fans did not like that. Just thought it was aggressive defensive play. Bosinger with a skip pass. Down in low, this is Cooper. Cooper against Gwathmey, spins. Gwathmey knocks it away. Another block for Jasmine. Quickly, the outlet goes to Gwathmey. Last touch by the Dukes redshirt sophomore.
Gwathmey went down hard, coming up a bit limp.
Gwathmey missed her true freshman campaign, so thus wears that redshirt label throughout the rest of her career. And this one coming right at you. Way to hustle down there, Joel.
I think he had to make the catch as well.
He may have been able to take the charge. Yeah, nice move it goes. Good ball movement. 3-point try from the corner. Rims the cup. Rebound, Lampkin. Back up and in.
No white jerseys in the paint trying to box out right there. And that allowed the easy layup for the Bobcats and Lampkins.
And don't look now, but it's down to a 10-point ball game. Bobcats trying to make a game of this one. Burkholder will have the answer at the other end, though. Kirby has 16 with that 3-pointer.
And that might be enough to silence the Bobcats' run if the defense can step up here for the Dukes.
Burkholder with her 3rd tray. I think she's 3 for 6 at the moment. And we get a foul.
It's going to be an offensive charge. It's going to be a player control foul. And that'll be on number 42.
Cooper, that'll be 4 fouls on Cooper. So a concern now for Bob Dolan with Cooper picking up her 4th foul. Now she hasn't scored any for the Bobcats. She will leave the lineup. She's 0 for 8 from the field. 3 rebounds, but 4 fouls. Just takes up more space than anything else in this game. Precious Hall still looking for her shot.
Cooper is 6'1". She is their big body. Witherspoon, the only taller person on the lineup. She's 6'2", but is a freshman. Well, actually, both of them are freshmen.
There are a lot of freshmen on this Bobcat team. Byard misses, and there to collect the rebound off the bottom of the rim, Bosinger. And we get a stoppage of play. I think they were checking to see whether there was actually contact with the rim. And Harris was not sure, but Green, Talisa Green, who played at Georgia Southern, a former Eagle, did see it hit the bottom of the rim, so it's a new shot clock, and we have a timeout on the floor. 33-20, JMU with the lead. Back with more after this timeout. You're watching JMU Women's Basketball on Madison HD Sportsnet, and it's presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Kurt Dudley and Houston Stutz with you on this soggy Sunday here in the Shenandoah Valley, but nice and toasty inside the Convocation Center. And the Dukes with a 33-20 lead over the Bobcats of Ohio. Whether the Dukes hang on to this lead and play at 2:30 tomorrow or play at noon tomorrow, we'll have that game for you on Matazone HD Sportsnet. Pre-game coverage will begin 10 or 15 minutes before our scheduled tip-off, which will be either noon or 2:30. And then tomorrow night, a 8 o'clock tip-off for the men against Ball State. And we'll have that game for you as well on Matazone HD Sportsnet. Rotating some folks in. Houston will be in Charlottesville tomorrow trying to help coach a women's girls basketball team to a championship from Spotswood High School.
The Daily Progress Holiday Hoops Classic.
And you're going to play, Miller School?
Yes, the Miller School.
Yeah, battle for the loose ball. Toya Jiggets muscles it away. A titan of a move there for the former Lake Taylor Titan. Newman. Man, we get bodies everywhere.
That's going to be an offensive foul
on Toya Jiggets.
So that will be Jiggets' third. Just second.
Got her for a 2. Yep, that's 2. And Toya, I think she just lost her momentum. That ball nearly stolen away by Burkholder.
One of those runaway truck situations.
Brakes, they were burning a bit.
She couldn't find the escape path.
Weatherspoon looking for some help. And now directing traffic, it's Jenkins, another freshman, 5'7". And one of 2 players on this roster from Reynoldsburg. And a traveling violation called on the Bobcats. Gwathmey comes in. Newman will check out for the Dukes.
We'll go to the offensive end, Kirby Burkholder. Next to us in the corner, she's got 16, and she's made 3 3-pointers. Her season high is 4, which she's done twice. Last against the Pittsburgh Panthers on December 4th.
She's had as many as 6 in a single game. Actually, she had 6 in the opener against Virginia, I believe. Is that her season high?
Her season high was at Pittsburgh 4, but she's had
really?
7.
Okay.
Her career high is 7 at Virginia on November 19th, 2012. So we got 4 more trays for that. She's got at least 10 more points for her season high.
Foul on Jenkins. That's her 3rd. So foul starting to mount up a bit against the Dukes' guests as Jiggets off the back of the iron. Ohio, 2 NCAA tournament appearances in the program's history, as Jiggets has 7 points now. And back to a 14-point lead. Ohio had whittled it down to a 10 at 30-20. But did not crack it into the single digits. One-on-one isolation on the right side, Weatherspoon. Bosinger, she'll try to drive, cut off there. Stepping back, that's a very good contested 3-pointer by Jenkins as the shot clock was expiring. Gwathmey coming out to put a hand in her face.
From hearing the interview I've listened to with Bolden about his coaching philosophy up-tempo, we've not seen it at all tonight. A lot of shot clock violations, or at least using of the 30 seconds. They've been taking the shot clock deep every single time.
Mickens in to run the point now for James Madison with 14 minutes to go. Again, the Dukes have not played since December the 18th. And this is kind of a long stretch, a thin stretch, if you would, of the schedule for Madison, as Jiggets has 9. And she extends the lead back to 16. Byard, Yell. Bosinger, that's a 3-point try. Back off the iron. Rebound, Mickens taps it into Hall.
The smallest girl on the court got very high there. Good rebound.
Here's Gwathmey. She's going to drive the baseline, leaves it for Jiggets, and we get a foul, a push against Witherspoon, her first.
Watch Jiggets here on the replay. It looked like she had a better opportunity at the three because Witherspoon did not come out far enough to really make a good attempt.
You know, be curious to ask Coach Brooks, knowing the athleticism of Jasmine. She does have a three-pointer in this game, but if she gets isolation on that wing, I like her chances of just getting the ball to the rim. I think the percentage of her scoring the ball is much better there. And if she knows there's somebody on the weak side, like that occasion where Jiggets was there, it's another opportunity to score a higher percentage shot. Okafor puts it back, can't get it in, and Gwathmey knocked it out of bounds. Yeah, although she pleaded her case.
She's certainly a good driver. She can get to the hole. And she's got the leaping ability that she can get to the rim. No problem with that. She can actually dunk, I believe, if nobody's around.
Haven't seen that yet, but maybe we need to put a spy cam in here to get that.
I know she's close if she can't get it up there. I know she's really close. I believe the DNR did an article about it last year about how she got a breakaway. That's what she wants to do.
Well, Kirby will come out of the pack with it for JMU. Finds Hall. Hall all the way to the rim, and she gets that one to fall in.
The Bobcat defense opened up. They were looking to guard Gwathmey in the corner.
Yell spins. Meyer tracks it down back to Yell. And back to an 18-point advantage. And a driving shot. Okafor will get called for the foul as Cooper takes it up strong.
So Okafor will pick up her third foul.
And this 18-point difference is matches the Duke's largest lead of the game, which came midway through the first half when it was 22-4. Cooper at the free throw line. She now has a point on the board, hitting the free throw, a 58% free throw shooter.
She becomes the sixth Bobcat to score.
Off the iron, nice box out by Burkholder to get the easy grab. Burkholder looking for some help. Mickens on the right side. She drives, finds Newman. Newman in the paint, flips it down to Burkholder, draws contact from Black.
We haven't seen much scoring today from either side, but when we have, it's been from Burkholder. Again, she's got 16, the only player for either squad in double figures. Jiggett, she's on the bench for the Duke. She has 9, so she's the closest. And Lampkins, she's on the bench for the Bobcats with an eye as well.
Black with her second foul sends Burkholder to the free throw line. And she calmly sinks. Point number 17.
She's 4 for 4 from the foul line today. She's got a double-double, 17 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists.
And she adds another 18 points now for Burkholder. Burkholder grabs another rebound.
That puts her tally up to 12 on the day.
Her career high, 16. Now that came against Virginia in the season opener.
It's a career and season high.
And timeout on the floor, 11:45 to go in our ball game. The Dukes out in front by 19, largest lead of the game. Back with more after this timeout on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
Well, the CAA preseason player of the year, Kirby Burkholder, also on the Naismith Award watch list, was the co-MVP of the St. John's Chartwells Holiday Classic Tournament with a double-double here this afternoon for the Dukes. 18 points, 12 boards, and a 40-21 James Madison advantage with 11:45 to go here at the JMU Convocation Center. As Duke Dog involved in one of our timeout promotions. The 19-point lead, the largest of the ball game, enjoyed by the Dukes, who are shooting 33% here in the second half. Meanwhile, Ohio at halftime was shooting 16.7%, 5 of 30. Well, they're still shooting 16.7%, 2 of 12.
Very rough outing.
Nicky Newman defending up front. Dukes in the man, matching it up. And we get a charge called against Ohio. Alexi Baldwin picks up her third personal foul. So Baldwin has 3. Jenkins has 3, 4 for Cooper. Mickens had a little trouble there, but bailed out, gets it over to Griffin. Ball tapped out. That's going to be over the back for Nicky Newman, her third. Yeah, we'll bring it up for the Bobcats. Yell tries to reverse it, swings it on the left side. Black just loses the handle of the basketball. Out of bounds, turnover for Ohio. That's number 12. Guathmy over to Mickens. Down and low it goes. Ross called for steps.
The double-double tonight for Kirby Burkholder is her 5th of the season. She started out the year with 3 straight.
And those were very healthy double-doubles. They were not 10-10, 11-10.
They were 26 and so forth. 16, I believe.
Bosinger tries to drive against Ross and draws some contact from Crystal. And Bosinger will earn a trip to the free throw line. She does have 1 point as Ross picks up her second foul. Team foul number 6 against the James Madison Dukes.
You see that leap out there by Ross, just enough to allow her to drive right to the hole.
Now Hardcastle held the whistle there for a second just to see what was going to transpire.
Yeah, Ross didn't jump too far. Not like she was going to block the shot, but enough for Witherspoon to get the advantage, get by her, and then once you're behind, it's really easy to draw the contact on Ross.
Cooper with a second free throw. She has 2 points. An 18-point spread for the Dukes. Mickens on the board for the sophomore from Stanton, Virginia.
The thing I'm impressed most about by Mickens is her passing ability and her foot skills. She's got really good skills, really quick feet.
That gives Angela 20 field goals on the year. And she goes on the other end and gets called for the hack. That'll be foul number 2 on Mickens. And that sends Jenkins to the free throw line. She's looking to get in the scoring column.
Mickens, she was just behind from the very get-go. She looked like she was trying to call plays and point out to other players where their men were.
0 for 2 goes Jenkins, and another rebound for Burkholder at the floorboard variety. Dukes whip it around Griffin. Back up top it goes Jiggets. Gwathmey on the foul line extended. We get a foul away from the basketball. And a charge on Angela Mickens.
Excuse me, that was Delisha Griffin.
Oh, it was Griffin. I'm sorry. Beg your pardon. Thank you, Houston.
So Griffin, that will be her first personal.
Lampkins tries to drive against Hall, and we get a jump ball. Hall tying it up. Possession error will favor JMU.
Good job by Hall just to get a hand in there. Now we're starting to see a little bit more of driving to the basket for Ohio.
Gwathmey on the right wing. It's Hall. Waits for a cutter. Here comes Griffin, top of the circle. Gets the call from Gwathmey. Here we go, that one-on-one. And they're going to call offensive on Gwathmey. I'd like to see that again.
I believe Gwathmey may have put the elbow out a little bit, the arm bar, extended it. Let's see, here's from our angle. I don't know if it was enough to warrant an offensive foul, but she threw it in there a little bit.
Yep. Well, good enough, says Miss Green, the official. Turnaround shot, a little too strong for Lampkins.
Mickens out running. She's trying to set up the three for Precious Hall in transition. Bobcats did a good job finding her and not allowing that three ball.
Duke set screens off the low post. Jiggets has to battle for it. Back out to Hall. Back to Jiggets again. And Lexi Baldwin reaches across Jiggets' shoulder and is called for the foul. That's 4 for Baldwin.
That's going to be enough for her to take a seat on the bench for now, at least.
Baldwin,
she's not going to be out for very long.
Yeah, Baldwin with 5 points. A lot of all 5 of those came very early in the game, relatively speaking. So she's been shut out for a good number of minutes. Jiggets missing at the free throw line.
Again, nobody in double digits yet for the Bobcats.
And that slipped through, and Lampkins, there you go. There's your first Bobcat in twin figures, as she has 11, 42-24.
So Lampkins and Burkhardt are only players in double figures.
And we get a blocking foul called against Weatherspoon. That's number 2 on her. That brings us to a 1-and-1 situation. That's 10 fouls against the Bobcats. The Dukes have 9. This will be a 2-shot situation.
Newman's 1 for 2 at the line today. Make it 2 for 3. And that is her second point of the ball game.
She goes 2 for 2. She has 3. Career high of 15 points came against George Mason in February of 2012. Spin move for Lampkins. Kicks it back out. Here's Cooper. Cooper wants to drive. Duke's cut her off. Lampkins reverses. Misses on the opportunity. Mickens will pull down the board for the Dukes. Back come JMU. Back to Newman. Newman back to Mickens. Mickens getting a little fancy with that flip pass behind her back. That's the 3rd time we've seen it in this game.
She certainly has the passing ability to do so.
And a foul called against Hall, was it? Yep, another charge. We've seen a number of charges in this game.
And they've been fairly off the ball after the passes have been made.
Well, after all, it is the holiday season. A lot of charge accounts are being tapped into these days. 7:27 to go in our ball game, 44-24. JMU with the lead. Back with more after this timeout. You're watching JMU women's basketball on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Hello, JMU Sports Nation. This is your new football coach, Everett Withers. Looking forward to seeing you guys next fall in Bridgeforth Stadium, supporting the JMU football team. Go Dukes.
New head football coach, Everett Withers. One of his early challenges to face the Maryland Terrapins. Terps took a loss in the Military Bowl to Marshall on Friday, but they've got a lot of good skill players coming back. Randy Edsall had a team which had a lot of injuries all across the board. Maryland should be much improved next year. Of course, they're will no longer be in the ACC. They'll be in the Big Ten.
Yeah, that makes it sound a little bit more scary when JMU's going against the Big Ten football schools. It's a lot of good football up there, but the last meeting between the Dukes and the Terrapins, 2009, went into overtime, and Maryland won it with a field goal.
38-35. Drew Dudzik had a pretty good ball game that day for the Dukes. And JMU had some opportunities, had a good lead in that game that evaporated. Right now, the women's basketball Dukes with a good lead of 20 points with 7:20 to go. And Dukes just shortening the game here by putting pressure on Ohio.
Trying to trap as well, it looks like. They fall back, and now they're going to stay man-to-man.
And the shot clock already has evaporated to 4 seconds. And it nearly creates a turnover. Three-pointer at the buzzer is hit by Bayard. Well, Dukes did everything for 29 seconds.
They did everything right.
Newman will try to answer. That's a little off the mark.
Jiggets was even holding the player down on the floor. Just not enough.
Holiday wrestling tournament. They only get 2 points for hitting one in the basket, not for takedowns in this sport. Lampkins tries to go up, loses the handle. Newman, she saw Gwathmey. Whoops, off the forehead of Jiggets. Ohio fans may notice that Jiggets wears that protective mask as that ball laid in by Gwathmey. JMU fans are just used to it since she's been wearing it since her freshman year. Doesn't need it from a medical standpoint, it's only from a confidence standpoint. So it's not physiological, but psychological for Jiggets to wear the mask.
If that allows her to get in there and play like she's 6'4", then so be it. Keep the mask on.
She broke her nose early in her freshman year in practice, well, in the preseason. After the nose healed, she took the mask off, but felt that she didn't play quite as well, and then put the mask back on and just goes full bore now.
She's only 6 foot, but she gets in there and makes her body a lot bigger than it is inside the paint.
Mickens picks up a third foul, and Cooper back to the free throw line. Cooper with 3 points now. Everything for Cooper has been at the free throw line. Okafor will check back in for Madison. Lexi Baldwin reports back in for Ohio. And the miss. Rebound comes down to Okafor. Under 5.5 to go. Jiggets fights through that. Foul line jumper good.
Strong move by Jiggets, and again, that mid-range.
She becomes the second Duke in double figures. She's got 11 now.
So 18 for Burkholder, 11 for Jiggets. Then it's a big drop off, 5 for Hall and Guathme. But every Duke that has played has scored, minus Delisha Griffin.
And her minutes have been somewhat limited, so she hasn't had as many opportunities.
She has attempted one shot, though, has one board.
Hi, Kelly. Merry Christmas to you, Kelly Moore, our cheerleading coach and promotions director here at James Madison. Ball knocked away. Precious Hall comes up with it for the Dukes. Dribbles through a couple of Bobcats. Guathme lost it down low. Jiggets, strong catch. Back out to Hall. She zips it into Okafor. And Lampkins will result with a layup try on the opposite end. Back we go again. Here comes Guathme. Pulls up, jumper. I don't know if she wanted to take it off the glass or try to swish it kind of in between there for Guathme.
If you have Guathme out in transition, more than likely she's going to stop on a dime and hit that pull-up. She had a fantastic one in the St. John's tournament. Went down the court full speed, and I don't know how she stopped, but she managed to, and managed to sink a three while doing it.
Foul this time on Guathme's shot. And this one will register against Lampkins, her second. And Guathme to the free throw line. For the first time today, a 91% free throw shooter, ranked number 16 in the country, leads the CAA.
But this is the first attempt there.
Yeah, against Vanderbilt, she came in having hit 17 in a row and then missed a couple in that game. She was about to climb into the top 10 on consecutive free throws made in JMU women's basketball history. There she hits one. And that's something that Kirby Burkholder has done on a number of occasions in her career. A streak of 29 through an 8-game stretch and 11-12. Twice last year hit 20 in a row, did Kirby. Over a 5-game stretch and another 8-game stretch. Burkholder, both of her siblings here today, as well as other family members from out of town that are here on holiday vacation.
I believe they play basketball at Bridgewater College, or
and her babies, yeah, both of them. Actually, her older sister, Jordan, was the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Player of the Year, and her baby sister, Cassidy, is a sophomore there for the Bridgewater College Eagles. Timeout here on the floor, 3:46 to play. Dukes 49, Bobcats 28. Back after this final media timeout on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
3 minutes and 46 seconds remain in this ball game. 49 for the Dukes, 28 for the Bobcats of Ohio. Bobcats held to only 9 field goals in this game, 9 for 53, 17%. And JMU, meanwhile, 16 for 44, 36%. Not really been a shooting clinic here today.
Not by any means, but defensively, Coach Brooks has to be really pleased with the performance.
Just 9 field goals. Collectively, for the Bobcats. That ball blocked by Okafor, rebound or controlled by Burkholder. Mickens on the run. She'll go all the way with it this time. Can't finish it. Okafor tries to finish. She'll go to the free throw. No, make that Griffin rather in there.
So Griffin going to try and get on the board for the Dukes.
And Cooper has just fouled out of the ball game. That's her 5th. Destiny Cooper, the freshman from Reynoldsburg, Ohio, will lead with 3 points. And she ends up with 6 rebounds. Baldwin leads the team with 7 rebounds, that is. Beg your pardon. Griffin at the free throw line, misses the front end. The fewest field goals allowed by the Dukes in a single game was 8. That was against Maryland Eastern Shore. As Griffin is now on the board. Not her first points as a Duke, but first in this game. That was Maryland Eastern Shore. The Seahawks in that game were 8 for 53. They're the Hawks, not the Seahawks, just the Hawks. And that was here at the Convocation Center on December the 7th, 1996. That was pre-Madison.
Pre-Madison era.
That's right.
So now all 9 Dukes have scored with that free throw made by Griffin.
And the Dukes at 50 points. And the Dukes with 85 in overtime the last outing. But it has been a long break. You throw Christmas in there. And not a surprise that things aren't quite as sharp.
So we'll get to see Amani Tatum now for the first time for the Dukes.
Yeah, there's Tatum, number 15, out of Cambria, New York. Archbishop Malloy averages just under a point per game in her appearances thus far. She played in the season opener against Virginia when the Dukes won that game. Queensboro High School Girls Player of the Year, an All-Metro first-team member. New York Post first-team member, and finished her high school career with 1,200 points. Put that in perspective, I just told you earlier today that Kirby Burkholder has surpassed 1,200 career points. So that gives you a little bit of a feel for what Tatum was to her high school program at Archbishop Malloy, which is a very good women's basketball program. 4th foul registered on Angela Mickens. And number 12 of the Dukes fouls number 12 of the Bobcats. Correction, that's Precious Hall, number 12 for the Dukes. Mickens, 32, obviously. And Jenkins hits 1 out of 2.
Mickens just really quick, got an explosive first step. She can get to the basket if she wants to, just about any time down the floor. I believe that's what her secret weapon is. It allows her to get to the hole. She draws the defense, and she's got really great vision, good passer, and that allows her to find her teammates.
Witherspoon picks up the foul. That's her 3rd. And swishing it through is Lauren Okafor.
Mickens and Burkholder both today. They lead the Dukes in assists. Both have 4.
Okafor 2 for 2. 4 points for the redshirt junior from Hamden, Connecticut. The Hopkins School by way of Providence College. Laid up and in. Easy bucket for Witherspoon. That puts her in the Scorebook, that is. Kind of odd. You look up there under Ohio, and right now the players in the game have a collective 5 points.
They just haven't been able to find offense at all.
Down and low it goes to Jasmine Guathme. There's assist number 5 for Mickens.
That's that great vision and driving to the basket that just opens it up for the rest of the Dukes.
8 points there for Jasmine Guathme. Down low again. Ball blocked by Okafor. They're going to call her for contact and a foul on Lauren Okafor. That'll be number 4 on Lady. Both teams in the double bonus. This will be a shooting 2 anyway for Weatherspoon. So tomorrow at noon, these Bobcats will face a 1-10 team from Maryland, Baltimore County. 2 for 2 at the stripe, Weatherspoon. She has 4 points. And no coverage from the Madison perspective for the Ohio ball game, but you can certainly listen in on Ohio's radio network. Jacob Corrigan making the call on WOUB AM 1340. For Bobcat fans.
Great pass by Mickens. I don't know how she found Amani Tatum, but she did, and that opened up the opportunity to Okafor, and then a rebound. And Griffin was able to drop a dime in.
Yeah, put back in for Griffin. That's her second career field goal. Long range tray and rebound to Mickens, and that'll probably do it all as the Dukes sophomore point guard will bring it up the floor, and that'll be it. As she will watch the clock whittle on down to 0-0 here at the Convocation Center. As the Dukes, well, they'll advance into the championship game of their own tournament, and they will face the Spartans of Norfolk State tomorrow at 2:30. Tip-off actually set for 2:35. And Ohio will be in the third place game. They'll battle Maryland, Baltimore County at noon. And again, you can hear that game on Ohio's radio network, WOUB AM 1340 with Jacob Corrigan. 56-33 is the final here. The final of the first game also, the winner had 56 points. 56-43. Norfolk State over Maryland, Baltimore County. We'll be back with a final word. Take a look at our final numbers from this afternoon's ball game. As you've been watching JMU women's basketball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
And welcome back to the JMU Convocation Center. Kurt Dudley and Houston Stutz with you this afternoon. Hope you've enjoyed the production here on Madison HD Sportsnet. As we continue a busy couple of days here between Christmas and New Year's of women's and tomorrow men's basketball as well. As the Dukes with a victory today, 56-33 is our final. Houston, want to take a look at some of our numbers for this afternoon's ball game.
James Madison with the 56-33 victory, as you just mentioned, Kurt. The Dukes shot 18 of 48 for 37.5% for the game. Behind the arc, they were 4 of 12 for 33.3%. And at the foul line, they were 16 of 24 for 67% Leading the way offensively for the Dukes, Kirby Burkholder with her 5th double-double of the season, 18 points, 14 rebounds. Toya Jiggett's the only other Duke in double figures with 11 points and 5 boards in 24 minutes of action. Also scoring today for the Dukes, Jasmine Guafmi. She added 8. Precious Hall was able to chip in with 5. Delisha Griffin came in with 4 points. Lauren Okafor had 3. Nikki Newman had 3. Crystal Ross had 2. Angela Mickens had 2. And Amani Tatum was able to get 2 minutes of playing time, but did not put any stats onto the board. For the Ohio Bobcats, they shot 17.2%, so 10 of 58. They got a lot of shot ups, but none of them seemed to fall for the Bobcats. Behind the arc, they were 3 of 20 for 15%, and at the foul line, they were 10 of 22 for 45.5%. Leading the way for the Bobcats, Kiera Lampkin. She finished with 11 points and 5 boards and 2 steals in 26 minutes of action. Also scoring was Mariah Biard. She had 7 points with 1 rebound. Lexi Baldwin, we mentioned her in her early pregame, but she only chipped in 5, but she did have 7 rebounds. Jasmine Witherspoon had 4 for the Bobcats. Hannah Bosinger had 2. Destiny Cooper had 2. Kat Yell had 1. And Kiana Black, she leads the team, just averaging 12.7 points per game, at least entering the night. That's going to go down, as she did not put up any. She has a big goose egg under total points, but she did get 1 rebound, and she only played 14 minutes. And she only had 2 fouls, so it's not like she was in foul trouble the whole time. She just could not get it going for the Bobcats, and that may be why they lost the way they did this afternoon. Points in the paint, JMU led the way 20-14 over the Bobcats. Points off turnovers, though, were in the Bobcats' favor, 12-5. Second chance for the Dukes, 9-5 with the advantage. Fast break, neither team got out in transition. Very slow-paced game, with only 56 points being scored, 33 for the Bobcats. Only 4 fast break points combined, 2 for each squad. And JMU's bench stepped it up in the second half after trailing 4-1. At halftime in bench points, they led the way 11-7 off the bench. So again, another good game, just poor offense for the Ohio Bobcats.
Well, Dukes must like playing defense in December, Houston. You go back to the last couple of games of 2012. On December 28th, an 88-34 win over Maine, so only 34 points registered by the Black Bears. And then the following day, or 3 days later, I should say, December 31st, the last New Year's, the Dukes celebrated New Year's Eve with a 93-44 win over Georgia Southern. So the 34 points by Maine was a season low by opponents last year. And the 33 points put up today by the Bobcats represents a season low thus far for the Dukes this year in the first meeting between these two programs.
December must be the defensive month for Coach Brooks.
Well, we'll see if they can continue that trend tomorrow. The Dukes will be battling the Spartans of Norfolk State. The Spartans with the victory earlier today. So they will come in with a little bit of momentum, obviously, after that win earlier today. The Spartans improved to 5-6 with a 56-43 win over UMBC. The Retrievers fell to 1-10. That was the 10th consecutive loss for UMBC. They opened up the season with a win over Eastern and then have lost 10 in a row. So they'll be on the floor tomorrow at noon, and the Dukes and Norfolk State on the floor tomorrow at 2:35. Well, Houston, thank you for joining me here today. Happy New Year to you and to all the Stutz family that's watching back in Martinsville. And good luck tomorrow in that tournament over in Charlottesville.
Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to it. It's finally good to get on the broadcast side and then go back to the bench side of things.
There you can see it from all perspectives. You probably go into a huddle with Coach Dotson and say, well, on Matazone we see it this way, and so this is the way you need to approach it. We don't play it that way, but it sounds good anyway. But good luck tomorrow. Tomorrow in your seat, we'll have the debut of Evan Nicely will be joining us here on Matazone. Of course, Houston will come back and do other games with us for men and women's basketball and other sports during the spring productions here on Matazone HD Sportsnet. And then tomorrow night, don't forget, we have men's basketball. The Dukes and the Ball State Cardinals. And that'll be tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock is the tip-off, 8:05 actually. Pregame coverage here on Matazone begins at about 7:50 tomorrow evening. And as Coach Brady and the Dukes will be playing their second home game of the 2013-14 season. Did spot a couple of recent alums for the Dukes. Tariq Hislop standing right here behind us now, and Lauren Whitehurst also here, a couple of former JMU women's basketball Dukes. Also a reminder that don't want to forget, leave the air without giving a birthday shout out to one of our courtside reporters, Brianna Berry, celebrating a birthday today as well. So happy birthday to Bree. We'll see her some this spring, I'm sure, here on Matazone as well. So that'll wrap it up here. We do have some folks we definitely want to thank that helped to bring you today's Matazone production. And that includes Mike Ashcraft, who is the Sports Information Director for women's basketball for the Bobcats of Ohio University. Our thanks to JMU women's basketball SIDs, Devin Howard and Brian Hansen. Brian will actually be on the air with me tomorrow night for the men's game. Also, our thanks to JMU Assistant Athletics Director, Director of Athletics Communications here at JMU, John Martin. Our executive producer was John Salem. Director Jake Tomko and the rest of the staff from Telemedia Productions and all the camera work here today. This afternoon's match was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. Our next Matazone HD Sportsnet coverage, actually 2 games tomorrow for women's basketball. The Dukes facing Norfolk State. Pregame coverage begins at 2:25, and then the Dukes on the men's basketball court facing the Cardinals of Ball State tomorrow evening. Pregame coverage beginning at 7:50. For Houston Stutz, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, your final score. James Madison 56, Ohio 33. Good evening, everyone, from the JMU Convocation Center. This has been a Matazone HD Sportsnet production presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.